All right. Hello, everyone. We are back for more cast. Mm, mm. Okay. Let's see here. I did a little bit stream, and I have improved the REPL. So first of all, I have now the little bit of color highlighting here, like this. And also I have a small little bit amount of auto completion in the shell here. So if I say HE and then I press tab, it will auto complete to the hello here. Nice, right? Hello there, Ninja. Yeah. What else? Also, I had the been working on the error messages a little bit. So if I say something like fx, it will say that like that the call is not implemented yet, basically, or other things. Yeah, the error reporting should be better. Everything. Let's see. So now we can just like continue working on the language. Switches just support more things. Right now we only support the bindings, constants, numbers, and let bindings, and that's it. Not much. Let's take a look here. What should I do? What should I do? Well, I guess, I mean, the most important thing would be to have functions, right? The most important thing is to have functions, and functions, there are two types of functions. One function is a native function, and another type is a user-defined function. Let's take a look at the old OCaml version. What is functions when you can inline macros? I mean, technically, but macros are functions also. Like, this is how macros work. Macros are just specific functions that take ASTs as arguments and construct new AST. It's just a specific version of function. It's not a much separate thing anyway. So in order for macros to work, I need functions anyway. How's your language going? Do you have functions or macros? So yeah, we have a thing which is specifically going to be a built-in function. Let's do that. Hello, Nerzel. Hello, Nerzel. Feeling kind of ill the last days. All right, let's try having like not user-defined functions but native functions first, right? So let's see. This is expression. So in order to construct an expression, and not construct a native function, we will just use the same native expression, right? It's just like the values that we can have. So these are the things that we can have right now: units, bools, integers, strings, and types. The other thing that we want to have is we want to have the native function. Native function, right? native function. So previously I had the function itself, which is which is this thing. So a function technically is just a thing that takes value and returns a value, but in addition, we can have like polymorphic native functions, which means that an extra argument to the function is going to be the function type itself, right? Let's see, native function. Sure, let's have this as its own separate thing. Struct native function. The native function would be something like something that has a name, right? And something that has the implementation, right? And implementation is impl fn. I not impl, I guess boxed in fn mat. Function. So we have function type. We have and a value, and we receive a value as a result, right? Also, I can potentially fail. So let's make this something that can fail. And then what is a function type? Rolf hello there. So similarly over here, one of the types that we are going to have is the function. This is a function type, right? And then we will say, what is a function type? Function type is something that takes an argument, which is a type, which returns a result, which is a type. May I ask, why is it so difficult to send values from sensor that is connected to ESP32 over to Raspberry using MQTT broker? I have no idea. MQTT broker. I'm not working with that shit. I have a Raspberry Pi, I mean, but you know, I have it actually right in front of me, but it's just sitting there on my desk. I'm not using it for anything. Ah. Run Linkcider on Raspberry Pi when? Yes. Okay. Cycle detected when computing the function type. Okay, sure. Let's. I don't know. Let's say that this is going to be like. Let's have this boxed. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Drive debug clone. Right, that's what I want. Now, if I want to format the type function type, then I'm going to just format this, I guess, which means that I'm going to implement std fmt display for function type So I'm just going to write what this into that, where it is self argument and self result, right? And that's how we show what a function is. Then over here, this is the this is for the inference. If I have for the inference, if I have a function and I have the okay, if I have function of type A, if I have type function B, then I say function type make same AB. It's going to be type function still, like that. Type function, and anything else is going to fail. You lost 20 hours of your life trying to see live temperature and air humidity. It wasn't the programming that was difficult, it was random ass errors and shit the whole day. What do you mean by random error? If it's not related to programming, then what kind of errors do you have? Did you connect the cable to the wrong thing? These kind of errors? For the most part, it was ESP32 compatibility and libraries. What is ESP32 anyway? Like, didn't you say Raspberry Pi and ESP32 is a different thing? No? I guess you want to connect them to each other. Progress, definitely. Progress is being made right now. Progress is happening, okay? I'm not being distracted. Okay, I'm not. Okay, type make same a arg b arg self arg is this, result is type make same result e result. Question mark operator has incompatible types, cannot convert from this to that. Make same. Oh. Let's just say inferable. Make same. Use inference inferable. Let's do that. How does my cursor move so smooth? Touchpad? No, it's not touchpad. I don't even have a touchpad. Native function. Clone is not there. Derive clone. So in order to derive clone though, it means that this needs to be clonable, which means that it's going to be not a box, it's going to be an arc. Because those things are the only things that can be cloned. Then Native functions does implement debug. Okay, let's implement debug here. Impl std fmt debug or native function. I'm just going to say write f native function this self name. If I want to get a type of a native function, then I want to get the type just like that, I guess, which means that the native function needs to store in addition the type inside, which is going to be the function type. I use a single board PC where ESP is a programmable logic board. All right. Like I said, I have a Raspberry Pi, but I didn't even find the use for that either. So if I had something like an ESP, I wouldn't know what to do with that for sure. My idea was that I would use the Raspberry Pi as a server that would run constantly, but it is too slow, so it's unusable for me. Because the things that I wanted to run on it required a little bit of speed, like compiling my Rust program, for example. KuviBot is not running on Pi. Yeah, I guess KuviBot could run there. No, KuviBot is running on this PC. Function type function this. And we need to a box too. You're not gonna run websites and shit. I mean, yeah. Nautilus, hello, hello. Are we ready for the Ludum there? It's 4 days and 12 hours left. Is there the voting theme? No, it's still the slaughter round, right? Isn't it supposed to be the voting theme already? It's like 4 days. I thought it started like a week before the Ludum there. No, not Ludum. You're not ready. Yeah, I'm not sure that I am ready. All right, let's see next over here. In order to display a function a value, and if I have a native function f, then in order to do this, I need to write. I need to do. I guess I just do f fmt. Oh shit. Fn. Fun. Function. Let's just spell it out. Function. Function fmtf. Right. It's just over here. Let's also implement std fmt display or the native function, which is going to be basically the same thing, right? F self using the debug implementation. It's the same thing. Is kast ready? It's not compiling, so it's feature complete. What? Just you joined the stream a little later. Did you see what I did? Hold on, let me show you. It's stash. Look at this. If I run the REPL, and if I try to do something like a hello world, you see how it's red, and then I close the quote and it becomes green? have the highlighting here, and the numbers are italic, and the strings are green. And the comments, I think, are supposed to be dimmed, but for some reason it doesn't work in my NeoVide. Yeah, and also I have the error reporting. What about cars? I don't have cars as a feature of the Lexer. Lexer doesn't, like, I mean characters are going to be the same as strings, you know, because it's just like it's treated as a string for the Lexer. Lexer doesn't differentiate between strings or characters. It's all strings to it. But we have the string type, which is a single quoted or double quoted. And then later it's going to be converted to a character or a string. Yeah, and the auto-completion too, of course. If I say hello, which is going to be hello, right? And if I say hi, is hi, and then I press H and I press tab, and I can cycle through these things since I have them in my scope. Okay. Just did this a little bit off stream. What do you mean by Lexer? Lexer ultimately tokenizes, where a parser using the tokens to make up the AST. Yes, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. But still, usually the Lexer, which makes the tokens, like usually, I think they make the character tokens to be like specific type of a token. So in order to highlight the thing, all I use is the Lexer, and the like the Lexer knows if something is a number or a string or an identifier or punctuation. I haven't, yeah. So I mean exactly that by Lexer, the thing that is the tokenizer. So yeah. Hold on. Mismatched types. Function. Oh yeah, this needs to be boxed. Of course, this needs to be boxed. Function type make same. Star A and star B. No. Wait, hold on. There's a box fn type. Fn type make same. Inferable make same. A B. The question mark operator. Yeah, because over here the question mark. Yeah, there you go. And hello, Nigel. All right, what do we have here? Din fn mut result. Diagnostic. Din fn mut result cannot be shared between the threads safely. Okay, so here's the problem value. Since I want everything to be shared, we need this to be din fn mut plus send plus sync, I guess, right? There you go. There you go. So this is a native function. This is a native function. Mut. Error message longer than fully qualified Java class names. Am I supposed to pronounce this as mute? So if I have a native function and this is the implementation, all right. Okay, So let's start by having a native function print. How about that? Because that should be easy, right? So here's my interpreter, here's my built-ins, and one of the built-ins is going to be the print function, right? And this is going to be a native function. Native function. This. Wait, what? Oh, a comma. It's forgotten. So name is going to be print. Type is going to be function type, where argument is string and result is unit, right? And implementation is arc new to have function type and value, and which is a string, right? So I will say string to into this thing is a value. Oh, I called it expect string. Yes, of course, expect string. And then we say print ln s, right? And then I say okay, right? And okay value unit. There you go. That's what we want. So if I try now to go into the REPL, and if I say native print, it will say that we have a native print function, and the type of this is string into the unit, right? There you go. So if I try to actually call this function with hello world, then it will say that the call is not found. So I need to I need to implement the actual calling of functions now. What to do with these 86,000 channel points? $860. Do you actually have an 860 or 86? I think Nerdsoul should have more. But I'm not sure. Pum 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 pum. No way anyone has more than you. I don't know what to make. You use them for. Used art money. To the whole Nerdsoul to cheat those points. Yeah. I mean, I can make a channel point reward, which allows you to just spend those points with no reward, you know? Like a tax. If you want to spend those, something. Okay, so we need to implement the calling. We need to implement the calling. For that, I need to go into the compiler. We are going to have the built-in macro. Let's see, macro call, right? Macro call. Let's see. There's going to be all the same stuff. Macro call, right? So I'm going to assert that the compile type is an expression. I'm not trying to make a pattern here. Okay, so we are going to have a compiled expression, which is expression call. So we need to implement that, right? Okay, let's go to the expression. We need to have a call expression. In order to call, we need to have a function to call, which is another expression, and we need to have arguments, which is another expression, and that is it, right? Going to show short expression call. F call expression call data expression call data. Okay, over here we initializes the type inference. So whenever I call a function f with arguments, it means that f must be a function, right? Okay, so we say that function data type should be type function where the argument type is the same as the arguments. Right, and the result is result type. So result type, I'm going to initialize this to a new variable. Let's result type is because this is going to need to be inferred. Inference variable new. Okay, and we then say that we get as a result the call expression function arguments, and data is expression data, where type is the result type, and span is span. Okay, store this in a box. Okay, let's go next. Assuming stream duration is 5 hours and he plays a game for 10 minutes, you can make him spend 2 whole streams doing nothing but playing games if the redeem was still here. Oh, I removed the redeem to check out this stuff? Yeah. We should have instead the redeems that make not me, but someone else do the things. You know, because I'm too lazy lately. You know, we had the push-ups before, and we have removed that. We had the play a game before, and we have removed that. Using AI for that. Yeah. I also realized that we have the overlay that is not working today. Apparently. It's okay. We don't need overlay, right? Nothing works on this stream. Okay, args. Well, I guess arguments don't need to be mutable. Okay, so we have introduced the call expression. Call expression needs to be interpreted, but I'm going to implement that later. Let's finish the compiler first. So when I construct the call expression here, I need to say that let function and args is values into named. I need to have a function and I need to have args, right? Wrapper with macro received incorrect arguments. Okay. So we need to say that function is self-compile the function, right? And arguments is self-compile arguments. And then we just construct the fact that we call function with these arguments and data is just a span. Okay. Trade bound box expression. Yeah, so I need to like have this box too. So box new args. Box new. Okay, so the last thing that is left for the calls to work is to make it possible to evaluate a call expression. So now if we have an expression call function arguments, right? In this case, we first need to evaluate the function, right? So function is self-evaluate the function, right? Wait, do I give what's the order of evaluation of these things usually? Is it function being evaluated first and then the arguments, or arguments and then the function? I'm not sure. Hello, Brainoid. Once we have cast, we can write a new overlay. Good afternoon. Yeah, indeed. That's that's a nice project. To do. For sure. Args is self-eval args. And then we just say something like, so I'm going to match the function. Function must be a native function only. This is the only thing that I'm going to be able to support. If it's anything else, then I'm going to bail. I'm going to say that f is not a function. So I was trying to call something that is not a function. If it is a native function f, then we just do f impl. And we are going to call the f impl. By the way, this should be just dinfn. Dinfn muted, yeah. So the argument will be a function type and the value, which is the args, right? Like this. And then I do question mark, and this is my result. So this literally is it. I have no more warnings. I mean, no more errors. Let's see if this still works. Now, so if I have a print is a native print function, right? So print is a native function print, which takes a string as an argument. So if I say print hello world, this is going to print hello world. Yo, okay, see, making this is easy. This is easy. So I can make more native functions. The user-defined functions are a little bit harder. I guess. For print defined, also what am I working on today? I'm just going to add the features that we had before. We need a lot of things to work, right? The print is defined. I mean, so like in order to have it in the language, you need to bind it like from a native. Native means that it's implemented in the backend, which right now I have the interpreter, so it's implemented in the interpreter. It's like a built-in thing. when we are going to compile this to something else, the native expression is going to also act as something that it's defined in the backend still, but it's not necessarily like right now. It's we only have the interpreter, right? But we can have something that is defined in our like target instead. So it's like it's a target dependent thing. But yeah, it's right now interpreter. Wait, why do I have the ML file? Because I git stash popped something that was not supposed to be popped. Interpreter. Discard. Wait. Wait a second. Ah, okay. Yeah, I popped something on accident from my stash, which contains some OCaml files. Native functions. So yeah, it's defined in the interpreter over here. All the things, like even the types, like even these things, they are not like built into the language, right? They are only built into the interpreter. So like a string type is something that exists in the interpreter. If we were targeting something else, then the string type can potentially not even exist, you know? Or it can be implemented as something else. Like in brainfuck. I'm not sure what do you mean by like in brainfuck. Brainfuck has pretty specific set of things. Brainfuck hasn't really types. I mean, isn't it like just like the assembly, the brainfuck? I thought it was just like an assembly. I mean, we do have types, but the types they exist in like the implement. Like what a type means is dependent on the target. Right now, I'm targeting the interpreter. So these types that I have, these are the types that the interpreter supports. You know, which basically is the comp time thing. Not at all. It's only plus, plus, minus, minus, minus. Yes, but that's the assembly. The assembly instruction plus means like add or something, no? It's just stupid assembly. Plus, increment the byte. Yes. Like they have the types. The only type that they have is a byte. I have that's not what I have. They just have only one type that they support, which is a byte. Okay. So yeah, the plan for is just that we need to implement all the things that are missing from the language, right? So now we can have print, right? Print hello. We can do this, which is nice. What else would we do we want to have in the beginning here? Constructing our own functions is nice. I guess a semicolon would be nice, and I need to fix something. So if I say something like let like x is x, right? This gives me the x variable, right? But if I do this thing with a semicolon, then the semicolon is not implemented yet. So let's implement the semicolon. This needs to be another thing. I call this then. Um, 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 um. Then let's see, std syntax. Then is something that has a and b, and potentially the b is not there, by the way, right? Yeah. So we say that we should do a learn X in 1 days thing so people can see what the syntax looks like and does. What's a learn X in 1 days? Scientific programming language tours. Like copy paste these things. Let's take a look. Is that it? Rust is a programming language developed by Mozilla. Rust combines low-level control. Just copy Python or whatever with your syntax. Let's take a look at Python. Python 2. Python. Yeah. It's basically executable pseudocode. Yeah, basically. Ah, shit, this is long. SOD syntax looks great with bash syntax highlighting. I need to look into how the I think like making custom highlighting is not that hard. Like I am highlighting in my REPL already, right? Can I not just do this? But like use that in my Vim. Is that something that the language server needs to like? Basically, we need to like treat our thing as a language server, probably, right? Which would give us the highlighting and auto-completion and things. Because I won't have auto-completion too. Right now we have like a very simple auto-completion, but it's the same as what we want to have in the language server anyway. I'm not sure how to implement the language server though. Like properly. No idea. I'll think about it. But we can start with just highlighting, I guess. Also, there is another thing that I would like to have is the auto formatting, right? Like how would auto formatting work for the dynamic syntax? Also, you say, Maxirator, that we should do this so that people will see what the syntax is. But the syntax is not fixed. You can make your own syntax. It can look like whatever you want. But I mean, I guess the standard syntax is going to be shown there. All right. We'll do that once the language is relatively usable, I guess. Something. That's impossible. You can't make your own syntax. The syntax has to follow a grammar. That's literally how it works. You can define your own grammar. So it's definitely possible. And there are other languages that allow you to do that. There are not very many of them, but there are such languages. Like there are... Yes, but these are macros, not custom syntax. I'm calling these like... this is a macro, right? Macro then. So like basically the way it works is that I have custom syntax. Some custom syntax nodes are going to be defined using user defined macros. Some of them are going to correspond to the built-in things. I'm calling this built-in macro, but it's actually not a macro, right? Because macro is a thing that converts an AST into an AST, right? It's just doing that. But what we do, but the built-in macros are different because they compile the AST into the intermediate representation. So that's the difference, right? So it depends on what you bind your syntax definition to the user defined thing or to the compiler defined thing. So in the compiler, we will have a small set of the things that allow you to build the intermediate representation. But if you want to extend with your own syntax, then usually you will work through the macros, which just use like other AST stuff. A macro can also set strings, ints, etc., not only AST. Well, I mean, in my language, we have AST-based macros. So it cannot accept a string or int. It literally like this is the input. It's not a single AST. It's multiple ASTs, right? So when you have in the here's the definition, right? I just implemented the calling, right? Here's how it's defined, right? It's function and then arguments. This is how we call a function, right? If I wanted to have the parenthesis here to call a function, I would just do this, right? This is defined in the standard library, which is not which means that the syntax is not built into the language. Now you can see over here that this syntax corresponds to the built-in macro call. So this built-in macro call is defined over here in the compiler, right? And this thing expects as an input two ASTs, the function AST and the arguments AST. Then it compiles the function AST into something, and then it compiles the arguments AST into something, and then it constructs the intermediate representation, which is the calling of the function with these arguments. That's it. Does that make sense? So built-in macros are those macros that convert the thing into the compiled stuff already. User-defined macros are going to expand, are just going to convert one AST into another, and then it's going to recursively try to compile it down until it like all corresponds to the built-ins, which is going to be just compiled eventually. Does that make sense? So yeah, I mean, if you were like in Rust, for example, the macros, they also don't work on strings or ints. They work on the token, on the sequence of tokens. Instead of on ASTs, they don't work on strings. They don't work on ints. In Rust, the macros, they work on the sequence of tokens. In something like C, they work on what? I guess also on a sequence of tokens, but you don't like have actions directly there. In C, it's like it's just like the string representation of the code almost, and that's it. But yeah. We have AST-based macros, which is similar to the Lisp macros, basically. Because AST is basically just a Lisp. Anyway, so we introduced a new thing, which is the then, which means that we need to execute the first statement and then evaluate the second expression after that. Okay, let's see. Let A and B is all right. Let's see. Values is values as ref. Let's see, values as ref. into single named a map a and none, or else values as ref into named a and b map ab a and some b rep error with macro received correct arguments. So do you do any gaming in my free time? Yeah. I also stream some gaming sometimes, just on the different Twitch channel. Sometimes we're going to play Factorio 2.0 once it's released. Take a look at this example. Define macro schema name opt before compile AST provider compile schema module put attribute. What language is this? Schema name during compile time streamer. Define module AST consumer require AST provider import AST provider schema streamer do end schema name opt is do quote do before compile AST provider compile schema module put attribute module schema name unquote. Looks like Ruby. Do I plan on making any 3D games? Yeah, I made 3D games before too. I mean, some small ones. I mostly do game jams. But yeah, we have some 3D games. Over here, you can see my itch page has a bunch of games. I guess this one technically is 3D. This one is small. There are other ones that are bigger. This is 3D, right? Yeah, if I could make something like this in kast, once it's usable enough, that would be nice. Right? Showcase the language being used. Shouldn't be that hard. Elixir is a Ruby. Well, I mean, so like the way macros work are dependent on the language. So in this case, it looks like the schema streamer. This means that schema is a macro, right? And we also see this do end. So like we have two arguments to the macro. First is this string, which is this name, right? And then this block is probably another argument to the macro, which I'm not sure where it is used. Or is this do end being used? Maybe it's not used in this specific thing. But yeah, we do have quotes in kast 2. We have unquotes in kast 2. It's just like if you want it to be a string, then you would like compile it from the AST to like make sure that it's a string. We have, I don't know. This looks a little bit weird to me, but it's basically the same thing, yeah. Like AST can be a string too, or an integer, but this over here can be anything in kast. It doesn't have to be a string. It can be any syntax definition, which is not going to be evaluated yet. It's going to be given raw to your macro, and then if you want to evaluate it to a string, then you can do that. If you want to do other things, then you can do that. Yeah, Shima name do block. Yeah. So like, yeah, it makes sense. I think like what I saw in Nim language, if you have seen the Nim language, I didn't try the Nim language myself, but they also have the macros, right? Look at this over here. Macro to lookup table data is this to lookup table data. This is just like a compile temp function, I think. They have a better macro somewhere. Let's take a look at the features of this language. JavaScript compilation, Snake. You can play Snake in the browser. It's nice. If I could add something like this to our website too. Centralized package manager. Learn more. Manual. Macro. Macro pragmas. Macros and templates can sometimes be called with a pragma syntax. I don't remember. I looked a very long time ago at this thing. Macro is a special function that is executed at compile time. Normally the input for a macro is an AST of the code that is passed to it. So I think the way it works in this language is more close to what I have. Or like I said, the macros, they work more similarly to Lisp, I guess, to Lisp macros. I guess that's more well-known thing, the common Lisp, right? How macros work. And macro is just normally a piece of code that operates on another piece of code, right? It's just like a piece of code is basically the AST for us. And you can do whatever you want with it. Shima is pronounced schema. I'm pretty sure I heard people say Shima, not schema.
Schema.
Sure. Sure. Anyway, let's continue this. Consider changing this. Closure and take. Consider changing the closure to take and ignore the expected argument, or else. Yeah. There you go. Okay, so I have A and B. So A is something that always exists. B is something that is optional, right? So I say that A is self-compile A, and then B is B. Okay, I guess, and then. Wait, is there no and then for the result? Consider returning. Hold on, no. No method okay found for option. Wait, what? Dot okay. Oh, there's okay or, I guess. Yeah, that's not what I want. I want to map B into self-compile B, and then I'm going to, I guess, transpose and then do question mark. Okay, sure. So this means that it's optionally compiled expression, right? Option expression, the A is expression, like this. Yeah. So then we just so there's like two things, I guess. Let's match B. If it's none, then it means that I just should ignore the A. Basically. A data. I mean, it's going to be like that in any case, I guess. A data mute type make same as type a unit. Since like the first thing, since A in the expression, so like the first expression is going to be ignored, its return type must be unit, so that we don't on accident ignore some value. Right? If we have B, if this is none, then I just return, let's see, okay, compiled expression. Over here I return A if B is none. If B is some, then we will need a new expression then, which has A and which has B, right? And also and that's it, I guess. So I need to make sure that the then exists. Then A expression, B expression. If I see a then thing, it means that a type is unit. I guess I'm doing this twice now, but it's all right. So the return type, result type is same as the type of the second expression, right? And that's it. That's all I need to do. When I want to evaluate the then expression, it just means that I need to evaluate the A and then evaluate the B. Self-evaluate A. Self-evaluate B. Just that's it. That's all we need to do. What was the link to my other games? Didn't catch that. Let me restart the bots. Fine. Restart KubiBot, restart TTV. They should work now. You can try a couple games on my itch page. We are the Linksider is the best game. We are converting that into a full release. Maybe you have seen that before. We have a Steam page for it. This is the original version made for a game jam. And these are all the other games that we made. They are sorted from best to the worst. You might not like the beans of power though. Is it working though? I think it might not work because it's requiring connection to the server. Probably will not work. Yeah, failed to connect to the server. Can I restart? Like, why do SSH system control user enable now beans of power? Can we do this? Status. It's running. It was just enabled. Okay. Was it not enabled then? Okay. But I was enabling on my servers immediately, maybe not. Oh yeah, there you go. This game is fun. Anyway, let's continue. No more errors. Let's go into the REPL. So now if I say something like print is a native print, right? And then I say print hi, and then print yo, right? This is going to panic. Okay, nice. Because we called unwrap on a non-value in this over here in the utils 1501. Utils wait, what? Which one? On a tuple? 151 over here into named. Wait, what? How does that happen? I talk really fast for a Russian. Most Russians talk really slow. Now, I guess most Russians don't really practice talking English. They talk Russian instead, right? I've been streaming for a couple years now, so if you were here a couple years ago, I would probably be talking much slower. So what happens here? This is me trying to convert a tuple into a thing with names like that, right? So if self-named iter length is not equal to the n, so there is so all the fields that I want are present, right? All the fields that I want are present. Oh, wait. This over here is wrong. Field unexpected. Yeah. This is wrong. Names dot find names dot. Can we find something in a slice, or do I need to convert into the iterator? Slice. Slice. There's no find method on it directly, right? Chunks, repeat, reverse, sort, split, swap, take. Yeah, I think I need to iterate and then contain find is some, which means basically any. Right, there you go. Let's try again. So I had an error. That print is native print A, print B. Wait, what? What did I do something wrong before? This works. What did I do wrong? I don't know. That's just how Russians talk. The Russian language is spoken slow. That's not true. That is not true. Similarly to how English be, like, it depends on the person who is talking. Some people just talk slow, some people talk faster. Maybe it also depends on the situation. Then okay, so what is not going to work though, since like, so this is working, right? But if I say something like let x be hello, and then x, then it's not going to work. So I'm trying to compile this, right? And it's going to say that x is not found, right? So I'm compiling this. I'm compiling the token x, because this is the second thing. It needs to know what x is when compiling, before we interpret this thing, right? And this means something. This means something. Ooh, this means something. So what does this mean actually? This means that when I'm compiling, I also need to like have my like the names that are available to me and things, similarly to how when we interpret, which also is like done wrong right now. So the way I have right now, all I have is a map from name into values, right? But that's not actually correct, because we sometimes want to enter a scope and the names should be scoped, and then when we go out of scope, the names should no longer be there. Right? Um, so 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 the way it was working before is that state we have built-ins. We had some data, which is the locals. Okay. And then struct, which is having a parent struct. So okay. I think we'll what we want to have here is that state of evaluation we want to like construct a scope, right? Let's see. Do we have something like struct scoped state, right? Which will also have like a parent scope. Parent scope is optional reference to the scoped state. Something like this. Right? And inside this scope, we will have the locals, which is a hash map from from a string. I mean, yeah, I think I will remove the names from strings into values. These are my locals, and we have potentially a parent scope. Maybe I do scope here. Is scope. Let's just call this scope. And maybe let's not have a lifetime here. Maybe let's instead have a ref counting. Maybe. Scope is scope parent is none, and locals is a hash map new. Which means that these values are no longer needed, right? In order to find a value, since we are inside like the nested scopes, I will try to find a value in one of the scopes, right? That's how it should work. The auto completion would I mean, to start making a game, maybe you could contribute a little bit of art. You do 3D as a hobby, and the art in my games is not good enough to attract people to buy the game. Well, they're not made to sell the game. And sell the game, there's a lot more work that needs to be done. But also there is a lot of people, a lot of games that have like nice art. But when I see something with nice art, it usually means that the gameplay sucks there. So like for me, it works the opposite way. Usually, most of the time. Because it just shows that people spent too much money on making the art. Excuse me. A lot of dumb games have sold big. Remember Angry Birds? Yes. But there's still a lot of work to make something like Angry Birds. Which I mean, it's not that big amount of work, but it's bigger than the amount of work that I have been doing for my games. I already have a project that we plan to sell, the Linksider. And I think the art in the Linksider is totally fine. Also, there are some dumb games, there's not a lot of them, that use some dumb art. Making dumb art on purpose, I think, also can work really well. So if I do something like this with my paint art, I think this can work. Like I'm pretty sure this art is fine. Sometimes by making things look professional, you actually make it lose quality, even although the quality is becoming like better in the terms of looking professional. It's not always better. Okay, over here I want to know everything inside my all the scopes that I'm in, right? Self scope locals. Let's just do this. For the auto completion, we only need the outermost scope, I think, anyway. Down, down, down. That's what I'm trying to get at. Your game looks generic, like you pulled art out of a game-making book. Which game? The Linksider? Is Davey here? For the Linksider, I am working with other people. I think it's fine though. I think it's not bad. Not sure what you mean. Completion candidate. So when I evaluate a binding, I need to self-interpreter get a value of the binding name. So the interpreter state function get self name will give me an optional value, right? So yeah, we basically say function look I mean self scope find name scope get name, right? So we go to the scope and we implement for the scope and get self name value if let some value is self locals get name, then return some value. Otherwise we return if let some parent is self parent, then let some value is parent get name, return some value. Otherwise, we return none. Yes. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Gross, it's a farting game. This might actually sell big. Yeah, I think this one might. But it might be a little bit too hard. This is supposed to be a hard game, like Getting Over It and Pogo Stuck. It's like a game that streamers would play and rage and fart. I replaced the farts with like explosions, so that it's not as gross, but yeah. Could continue working on that too. I did not make the music, no, but I made everything else in that game. This is the game where I tried to not, like, this game was also made originally with the paint art, but I replaced it with my vector art. Do you like my vector art? I think this dude is pretty cool looking. But there is more work that needs to be done in terms of art. This style is very hard and like, I mean, not very hard, but like it takes time. The art is okay. Okay. What are you doing? Can you show your art? Let's see what good art looks like. Or what is an example of a good art? Arguments to this method are incorrect. Wrong. Interpreter values extend. Let this be that. Yeah. So this would insert a new value into the current scope. Interpreter scope locals extend. By name raw you own. Haven't played 2 games in a long time. Can get a good example of hand. What about 3D? I think most 3D games will look exactly like you describe, just out of the book. They literally all are the same. Usually. At least if we talk about the AAA stuff. First gold locals. We don't have any more warnings. Yeah, we don't. Okay, nice. But now, what I want... Games are so bad now, you spend all your time playing in Wars of Warship. You still live in Mexico where you had access to try a lot of pirated games, but now you only play a few games. Is World of Warship a good game? I don't know, I mean, maybe it is. I also don't play much games, but if we talk about big games, then I played mostly in the recent years. Something like the battle royales I liked playing, the Apex Legends, the Warzone. Although I stopped now, don't really play those anymore. There is I mean, Factorio is a good game, I think. It's going to get an expansion soon. We played Noita recently, although I don't know. I have mixed feelings about Noita. Noita is both a good and a terrible game at the same time. We need a good indie game suggestion. What would you suggest, Nerdsoul? 3D modeling of the ships is incredible. So much more fun than shooter games because it takes real skill and strategy rather than just having fast reflexes. If you think that shooter games don't require strategy and all they require is fast reflexes, I think, I don't know, there is strategy there. Well, I guess it's just because like the games like World of Warships or like World of Tanks or like all of these things, they like they yeah, they focus more on strategy a little bit. But that part still exists. It's not all just reflexes. Pick a genre or something. I don't know. I'm not sure what is the. I can't really comment because I didn't play the World of Warships. But from what it looked like, I think I would not be interested in that. I'm not sure what kind of strategy is involved in these games. But I don't know. Looks pretty dumb to me, but I don't know really because I didn't play it. Yeah, like Counter-Strike does require some strategy, but it's mostly quick thinking type of strategy, which people are born with. People are not born with it. No, you train it. It's a skill. It's a skill. Having fast reflexes also is a skill that you can train. You're not born with it. Games like Counter-Strike though, like are like there's a lot of RNG there too. Like human RNG, I mean, because of certain things, because of a very like small time to kill. So in a game like Apex Legends, for example, the strategy plays a lot more sense because you cannot just like one shot someone in the head, you know. There is more skill involved, I think, in that. Although there is more RNG because it's like a battle royale. On the other hand, yeah, I don't know. No, you really cannot train to be a great CS player. Some players play it for years and they suck, and they just play it for fun. Well, because they play it for fun. You need to have a goal, no? Like, I don't know. Most people, like a lot of people program for a long time and they still suck at programming, you know? Same thing. You need to try and have a will to improve, right? It's a different attitude to playing games or to doing anything. Uh, mm, mm, What am I trying to do? Hold on. I'm trying to think about Counter-Strike now and how it's something that you cannot learn apparently to play better. It's sort of true. I spent a lot of years trying to learn to program and never got good, but then I wasn't motivated as the programming job scene has gotten really... This word is against TOS. Alright, let's delete this. Can I just delete a message? I need to time out you, I guess. Alright. Alright, let's focus on this then. The R word? I don't know. I thought like hold on, is it still? I think there was a time where it was like something. But I think recently I have heard other streamers say that, so maybe it's okay now. Not sure. I think. Might be wrong. It's not against. But there is not like a list that is like listed in the TOS which words are forbidden, right? But I'm pretty sure it was a problem at some point. But I think it's just no longer a problem for some reason. I'm not sure what changed. No? So what I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to have this work, right? Where if I introduce a variable, x is equal to the hello, and then I try to use the same thing at the same thing. When I'm trying to compile this, I need to make sure that the compiler sees this variable. Right? So let's see. So this thing, when I'm compiling the macro then specifically, right? When I'm compiling this, since I'm doing the first expression and then the second expression, when I am compiling B, I need to compile this with with like all the new bindings introduced by the A to be in scope, basically. So for that reason, whenever I compile anything, hello, Infinite Coder. Whenever I compile anything, the result is not only the intermediate representation for this thing, but also all the new bindings that we need to have, you know? Rust is banned now. Ban Kuviman. All the free time that I'm going to have if I'm banned. To play Factoria. Once it's released. Hmm. In which you are not productive. In which I am not productive. Am I not productive in Factoria? Progress. Hold on. Progress is happening. Progress is happening. It's just happening slowly, alright? Like I said, whenever I compile an expression, I don't only get the expression, but I also want to know what the expression that I have, what is the bindings that it introduces. You know, that's what I want to know. Like I can have a method on the expression which like does that, I guess. I mean, sure. Let's have it maybe as a method on the expression. So whenever I have an expression, can I have a method which will say public function and new bindings self? This is going to give me a list of bindings. So I will just have an iterator where item is a binding. Arc binding, I guess. Match self. Let's see. So the only thing that currently introduces bindings is the let thing, right? So for anything else other than the let, we will return nothing. Oh shit. So in all of these cases, I just return an empty one. New bindings. How about I just seasonally collect bindings into consumer. Maybe instead of having an iterator. I'm not sure. I'm not doing anything here, and over here, if I have so like value is something I will ignore, but pattern, pattern collect bindings, consumer. Sure, let's do this. So for the pattern, collect bindings. self. Right now we only have a single pattern, which is a binding, which means that I will just say binding clone, and consumer is going to consume that thing. It's like Jupyter notebooks, but it's cool. Okay, so if I have the bindings, let's see. So the only thing when we have a then, here, but I have compiled A successfully, right? When I have the B, when I use the B here, when I'm trying to compile the B, I need to allow B to access all the things from A. Which means that before compiling B, I need to say self. Nice t-shirt. Thank you. Self like enter scope. Self exit scope. Might do it differently later. I guess the interpreter. Enter scope, interpreter, exit scope. Function enter scope. This will say that self scope is scope, where parent is self scope, and locals are the new empty locals. Will be not washing clothes confirmed? What do you mean? Is it dirty? Ah, we were at the last stream. Yeah, it was just 2 days ago. I'm going to watch it after today's stream. What do you mean? I mean, I probably am going to watch it later. Actually, in fact. Wait, why is this arced? Maybe this should not even be arced. Let's not arc it yet. Recursive scope. Well, okay, I need to have something. Let's have a box. Self scope std let parent is let parent be std mem replace self scope with scope 2, and then self scope parent is box new parent. Function exit scope let okay self scope is self scope parent take unwrap expect parent scope and star scope new scope new function new done false this streaming a pure function with no side effects and clothes. Write your own Minecraft server in Elixir. But why? If one can just write a Minecraft server in Rust instead, and it's going to be better. Did you see the thing where people built Minecraft inside Minecraft? They could do that because the server was running on not the official Minecraft, but on the Minecraft implemented in Rust. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Or very slow. Elixir is superior. Elixir is a dynamically typed language, which by definition means that it is inferior. How do you even write code like that? Elixir. Hold on, Elixir is dynamically and strongly typed? Wait. Is it both? What does it even mean? Elixir, like Ruby, Python, and JavaScript, is a dynamically typed. Oh, it's strong dynamically typed is what they mean. Okay. Which is still dynamically typed, which sucks. Two days ago, you were saying this about Dart. I think Dev Ninja is like switching languages every day. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Just quack at every type and see if it quacks back. Yeah. What am I doing? I need to, yeah, I'm entering the scope over here, and then after I'm entering the scope, I need to extend a interpreter. Um, um, dun, 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 dun. Um, how about I just have something like public function insert local self name string value self scope locals insert name interpreter insert local we go for okay we do a dot collect bindings and also they probably add a proper type system. It's already included for the standard library. Static analyzer is not as good as you wish. The only language with runs on Beam VM you would consider is Gleam. I can see that. Yeah, Gleam looks pretty nice. It just lacks a bunch of features that Rust has, so still inferior. But if you want something simple, if you have a skill issue with Rust, Gleam is nice. So we collect the bindings. We just say self interpreter dot insert local. Name would be binding name. Cool. Down. Oh, is it string? Let's have it stir. And it doesn't really matter. Value is value here. Value is going to be value binding. So here we go. We are going to treat bindings as first class values. Binding clone like this. You're trolling, right? I have to check because there are streamers that enthusiastically use bash. Is there other streamers than Bad Cop who use bash? Did Bad Cop write the term send in bash? Look at this. Look at this. I see a cargo toml in Bad Cop's repository, which is their last project that they made, where they make the code fall down. Guess what it is written in bash? No. Look at this thing. There is a .rs file. Guess why? Because Rust is superior. Ah. Bad Cop accomplished the achievement of always being mentioned when bash is mentioned. Yeah. Do you know how many RESF members might be in the chat right now? Wait, what is RESF? Rust Evangelism Strike Force? Yeah. Rust is superior, such as soy-dev statement. Well, I mean, it's only superior for now, before kast is ready, obviously. I'm making something that's going to be better than Rust. But for now, there is nothing that exists. Okay, binding is another type of a value that we're going to have. Binding does not implement debug, which means that debug needs to be... I mean, I can just implement the debug here, right? Derive debug. Is it custom vim config or something like Astro Vim? It is custom config, but it is built on top of the NVChat. I mean, not on top of NVChat, I guess. I just started with NVChat and then I changed it a little bit. So it's like a custom one now, basically. It's not dot files, I think it's nix files. No? Maybe I don't even have the command. Let's see. Bot. Nix files. There is no dot files. Text commands. Dot files. X files is what we call it. Also add progress. What do you mean? Just a text command? Progress. Let's see. Today we have achieved a lot. There we go. You happy? Just make it link to this thing instead. Self-made progress is false. I don't know. It means that, like, I don't know. The link is long and everything. I would, but, you know, like, I don't know. If we make this into an emote and then make the, something. I don't know. We should host it in the cast docs. Hold on. When I display value, binding. Value binding. This should be, should I just do binding, FMT though still? I think so. Let's go to the binding. Impulse did FMT display for binding. I think I do something like write f binding this, which is going to be self name raw. Be good enough. When I have the type of a binding, a type of a binding is wait, what is the type of a binding? Is it the type of the value that's stored in the binding, or is it the type or do we have a dedicated binding type? Let me see. I don't remember how I did it before. I think I don't have a dedicated binding type. No, I do have binding of binding. Wait, but why? Let's have a to do here. I'm not sure yet. You have tree-seater tree objects installed. Are you using selection? Oh wait, it was Helix NeoVim. Ignore. I have tree-seater in NeoVim too. I have bounded to the same thing as in my Helix. Alt O, Alt I to do the tree-seater selection like this. Same thing as in Helix. Yeah, there's also like if you look sometimes inside if I'm inside a long function, maybe like there's this thing over here at the top. This is also done with tree-seater. It shows the context, right? What I mean, right? Like we have some lines skipped here. I'm inside the impl, inside this function, inside this thing. Insert local. So like I'm going to have a value which is a binding, to binding. Okay, that's done. Okay. And then when I'm compiling something, when I am compiling an identifier, right? Let's see, expression, when I have a simple identifier. So I'm trying to see, I have compiler locals. That's no longer true. I don't have the compiler locals at all. This is completely unnecessary. The things that we have is the interpreter. So we have kast interpreter, and we try to get this, and this is a binding. So so if we have an identifier, this can refer to a compiled value, in which case this would be a constant actually. But if this is a binding, then we're going to compile it to a binding, right? So we're going to match. We're going to match here. Right? Let that value is that. Match value. So a value is either a binding, or it's something else, or which I will say to do, but this should compile to a const expression basically, right? If something is known at compile time and it's not a binding. But yeah, in this case we compile into expression binding, where binding is this binding, data is span, and then we initialize that. No method in it. Expression kast span. I need to clone the span. Mismatch type expected enum expression found result. Question mark. Okay. No field locals. So yeah, this over here is a to-do, which should never have happened. And this is what? This is evaluation, where I just introduce things into the scope. Yep. Okay. Let's see if this works. Let x be 1, 2, 3. X not yet implemented. Panicked. 74. Yeah, hold on. Compiler. It's literally this thing over here. So this is so right. So like when I'm inside the REPL, I have executed the first statement. I said let x be 1, 2, 3. So x is already known as a value. When I'm compiling the next line, the x is already a known value. It's not just a binding, because I'm compiling these things separately. So in case if this is some other value, then we are going to have a const expression where value is value. I'm going to clone it, I guess. Data is span clone, and then I'm going to initialize that. Right? Okay, so that should work. X, let x be 1, 2, 3. X is this, okay. What if I do let x is let y is 1, 2, 3 semicolon, and then I say y is still found. Okay, good. Let's say let z is z, and then like and then z. Okay, nice. Nice. We don't have scopes yet, so I cannot like see if the thing can go out of scope, and then it should not be possible to refer to it, right? Well, I mean, technically we can do something like this. We can say let let's see, let's try from scratch. Let x be let y Can I do this? No, I don't think I can. Let y be 3. Can I? Yeah, no, I cannot. I need to have brackets for that to work, I guess, right? Like I can do this, for example. So for that we need the scope to work. Let's introduce the scope. Scope. So for a scope, std syntax, we expect to have an expression over here. I can start using the unnamed things since I have that done now. So values into, so let's introduce into unnamed. App error with macro received correct arguments. That expression is this. Let's go. Values as a ref, I guess. So tuple we have into named, but I will have similarly into unnamed const and view size, but self. This is going to return a result t n unnamed error. And if something similar, so this is going to be unnamed error reason. Expected fields is going to be n. And named error, unnamed error. Expected fields in this case is the usize, which is just the amount, and this is named error reason. Let's see, named fields present. Just give it a vec of strings, whatever. Incorrect amount of fields. If it's named field presence fields, then I will say write f named fields were not expected. I guess I just ignore this here. Incorrect amount of fields. Amount. Right. F. We just have over here expected actual. Expected expected fields got actual. All right, and then over here, when I say into unnamed, we say something like if self named is empty, I mean if it's not is empty, then we return error named reason, named fields present, self named order, right? Something like this. And then we say if self unnamed length is not equal to n, then return error named reason incorrect fields expected n actual self unnamed length. Otherwise we return okay, self unnamed, try into unwrap. Not unwrap, I guess we just do okay unwrap, because we have checked the things. Value partially moved here. Use of partially moved value self named order. Oh, I guess. Okay, so I need to clone this here. Sure. Okay, so now over here we do into unnamed. This E is a single AST that we have inside, right? What we're going to do is we are just going to return okay, compiled, expression. Expression. Did I have a scoped expression? Let if built-in call instantiate scope. Yeah, I did. Sure. Scoped expression. So another type of expression that we have is a scope expression, boxed expression, data expression, scope. So scope does not have any bindings. Then show short expression scope expression. Scope data, expression scope, data. When I initialize this expression scope, we just say that the data is the same, so we just say expression scope where data is expression data, where type is expression type, expression data type. Okay. Missing structure fields data. Yep. Expression. So expression over here, I need to compile it first, right? Expression is self-compile. Expression. Okay. Cert at compile type. Expression. So when I evaluate a scope, then I need to enter scope, and then I need to exit scope. Right? This is not really. I need to change this. Because if we have an error in the middle, it will not work properly. Value is self eval expression. Value is what we return. Okay, so if I now try to do let x be 1, 2, 3, and then x. There you go. Wait, this already worked. What did I do? Oh, I tried to do the scopes, right? So if I say let x is let y is 1, 2, 3, and then I say that y is the result of this, right? Then x is 1, 2, 3, but y is not found because y was introduced inside that scope. Okay. Similarly to this, it should not work during the compilation here, right? Yes, during the compilation I can also not find the y. Okay, nice. Okay. That's some progress. Scopes. What else? What is next? What is next? The sum types is something that we don't really need yet, right? I think the most important thing would be probably a function, right? Probably making functions is the most important thing. What's next? You know what? What? Write tests? I already have tests. But these things, they are supposed to work like it's not enough to test yet. Is it? Smaller tests? Smaller tests that this can work still? The real tests? Okay, how would I go about the tests here? Tests. How would I go about a test? Simple. Let's go here. Test function. special for Dev Ninja. All right. Kast is kast. Wait. Why can I not do this? Kast. Fail to resolve kast. Wait, what is it called right now? Is it not called kast? No, name is kast. Why can I not refer to it? Cargo test. Wait, what? I don't use it. I don't need to use it. If I want to have it by the full name. Oh, it's because it's a binary, that's why. In order to have tests, I need to have a library here. So this should be so like okay, we should like move some of these to be usable as a library basically. Right? Binary is something that will have like the command line interface and everything. But other than that, we will have a library. Okay. Let's see. Library is here. But the CLI does not belong there. CLI belongs here. We also will use everything from the thing. In the library function main is going to be here. Use kast AST as AST. Actually, hold on. Kast pub use kast AST pub use. All that. So this should be a public one. This should be a public function. Is kast a library or a binary? Well, now it's going to be both. Because it needs to be a library for the tests. Should perhaps add a default implementation for it. How about no? Allow click new without default. Function std path is never used. And no, I will expose this. Is terminal import std io read. Previous declaration of the main here. Wait, I have two mains. Did I copy paste it twice? Okay, let's remove this one. Rust is far from perfect, but if there is another language with sufficient control for game dev, Milner inference, RIE, syntax close enough for C, to read, tagged union, pattern match, no dumb header files, let me know. I'm making one right now. Right? REPL helper. Let's the module REPL helper here. Not here. C++. Illegal term used. A libnary. TypeScript does not have RAI, at the very least. TypeScript's inference is not Hindley-Milner. I guess I don't have like enough practice with. But last time I tried TypeScript, there was something wrong with its type system though. I don't remember what it was though. Tagged unions. It's kind of weird there. TypeScript has one of the best, yeah, but not the best, right? I guess Haskell has the best. I mean, I don't know. Maybe there are something like there is Idris, right? Rust has the best type system ever? No, Haskell has the better type system. I mean, there are advantages in Rust, and there are some advantages in Haskell. But mostly, I guess, Haskell has a better type system. Rust is like slowly going there, but it doesn't support some things. Field interpreter is private. Just make this public for now. Token. Pub use. Yeah, this one. I want this to be pub. Mutex, remove unused. Cannot find arc. Import the arc. How many digital tech? Hello. Odin has a runtime GC, does it? FFI in bun. So in bun, you can use the built-in FFI model to viciously call native libraries from JavaScript. Yeah, but JavaScript itself is still JavaScript. Bun FFI is 2 ticks faster than FFI. This means that you will still write Rust, and then on top of Rust, you would write a little bit of JavaScript, I guess. Is that what you're suggesting? Yeah. I don't remember Odin having a GC though. Also, did you try Jai? The programming language for games. Jai references. Seems reasonable that the team should finish before the end of 2019. I think this is a little bit old.
Can you read chat, please?
Which exactly part do you want me to read? GD script has no receipts reference counted. I don't know. What about Swift then? Swift is also reference counted. Swift, a lot of people like the language, I think. It has some features from Rust too. In the recent release, they introduced some shit from Rust, like the send trait or something. I was doing a test. Yes, exactly, a test. Test simple. Let's see, cast new. So we do cast dot compile. No, cast eval ast. Can we just like evaluate code? Evaluate source, right? That's what we want. Let's have this method. Eval ast. So similar to that, we will have eval source. Self source is a source file. Area result. That ast is ast parse the source. Wait, where is my syntax stored? Is my syntax not stored anywhere? I guess it's not. You would Swift in the same bracket as C sharp. You call it application language systems language. People complain when you try to use it as an application or a scripting language because it's not designed for that. Rust. You use Rust as a scripting language. All right. You compile into the WASM. You use that for scripting or something like that. Who's complain about Rust for applications? DevNinja does. Yeah, DevNinja just wants everything to be written in TypeScript. DevNinja is a fan of Electron apps, apparently, right? VS Code and shit. Ah. Ah. Complain. Well, I also complain about Rust, but it's like it has nothing to be. It's not. I'm not complaining because it's an application language or a low system language. It's just we just complain about it, you know. Independently of the use case, there is always something to complain about. Okay, I guess cast needs to have a syntax inside or something here. Syntax is syntax. St syntax new the syntax is. AST parse. So over here also we will evaluate the source. Source. Right? This is my source. Evaluate source also needs to have the expected type here. So we parse this. So first we parse and then we evaluate the AST like that. Give it a reference. Wait, what is an AST? It's an option AST, of course. Yes. Match AST, some AST, then we do this. Because it could be nothing. I don't have an empty node. If it's none, then we just return value unit. Like, okay, value unit. Just finish writing this Philippine language and stop all the discussions. Thank you. I don't know. I feel like if we get close to something usable, like there are other people who are trying to make a language right now with the features that I want, and we will start comparing against those. If you believe the hype, soon everyone will program in English. Yeah, I'm not so sure about. I mean, there could be a lot of people who program in English, though. Yeah, the actual programming would be like a secret knowledge. I can see that happening. I cannot see it like disappearing completely, though. No way to build good GUIs, but there are ways to build GUIs. What do you mean? Have you tried the things? What is it? Isn't this lint the most used thing, maybe? Maybe not. It has 17,000 stars. It can work for JavaScript and for Python too, apparently. I don't know. Looks like a UI that you can make with it. That's just one of the options. AI somewhere between the GUI and script kiddie stuff may reduce the amount of programming needed, but not all programming. Yeah. So syntax is, what is syntax main? Syntax is this. Over here. Syntax is, so for now we just read the standard syntax. Later we will try to make it failed to parse std syntax. Guess most people would use Towery these days. Yeah, maybe Towery too. But Tauri is like the browser still, right? So you would write the front end not in Rust, right? Or I mean, if you want, you would use it in combination with something like the U, right? Or I don't know, the LabTOS plus Tauri. Is that what would people would use? LabTOS, Tauri 2.0 front end. I don't know. It feels like you go through this JavaScript world still, which feels unnecessary. But I guess that works. Okay, so now we want to evaluate the source. Whales.io. What is Whales.io? Whales project. Build beautiful cross-platform applications using Go. So the same shit, but for Go. Whales versus Tauri. We decided to use Golang with Whales instead of Tauri for building the desktop app. With Rust, I felt like I had to fight against the language and Elden Ring boss. Okay. Well, with Go, it feels like it's not a boss. With Go, like if we compare Rust to an Elden Ring boss, then the Go language feels to me like a bunch of creeps, and there is like it's like, you know, it's like a zombie apocalypse where you need to find the hordes of zombies. That's what Go feels like to me. If Rust is a boss, then Go is just a horde of small enemies. Could be answered. Why should Golang be a red flag? Why should it be a green flag? All right, hold on. We're writing a test. Maybe I should do something like function test equals. I don't have equality tests for values, do I? Test equal source stir value. Let source be source. Kast source. Oh. Eval source expecting nothing. Consider importing source file. Contents source this. File name test source. All the criticism towards Rust for having syntax different from C should actually be towards Golang. It's weird. Do people not complain about Go's syntax? Because I think it's weird. There's a lot of things that are weird in Go. Go has comparatively small syntax, so you don't need to learn that much stuff. Yes, but is that a good thing? I think that's not a good thing. It means that the language is limited, which means that using the language is actually very hard. Because it's the language that's not expressive enough. Constructs are reused, like switch. You don't need to learn the borrow check or lifetimes. nor the vast amount of strings. Rust has 3 string types. Rust has much more than 3 string types. I guess you don't know Rust enough. There is more than stir, string, and OS string. There is more than that. If Go doesn't have a borrow checker, does it have a problem with iterator invalidation? Tell me one use case where Go is limited. Well, for a very long time, for example, Go didn't have generics, and they added it. But before they added it, the arguments were exactly the same. That's just a one feature that they added because they realized that it actually is needed, right? Now the language is more complex. Now we can have some other feature, like, I don't know. What would be the feature that I would like to see? Like some types, right? Algebraic data types in Go. This is not there, which means that you need to struggle with implementing it manually every time for every type that you want to be some type. Rust has much more than 3 string types. That is not a compliment. Go is using a runtime GC, so it's not suitable for making game engines. I think that's not really true. You don't it depends on kind of games that you're making. Not everything needs to be super performant. You can play Minecraft, which is written in Java. Right? It's a playable game. Made with its own engine, basically. It works. Could work and Go. Boom. You can make games with GC, but you cannot handle the highest performance use cases. Well, you don't need to handle highest performance use cases all the time. For 99% of the games, you don't need it. So saying that you need to not have a GC for making a game is not true, because like you are only talking about that 1% that is actually when it's actually needed. Can I have the values? Use kast. Use kast. Let's use a value with pub like that. You notice in Rust there is a dichotomy between representing some data as ADT or having a bunch of separate structs that implement an interface. In Go is just always implementing an interface, which means you lose compiler check for exhaustive checking. But potentially means you don't have to refactor some point and switch to the other. Well, there's different ways to do the thing, yeah. Sometimes you know that it's a fixed set of options, and sometimes it's based on interface, yeah. It depends on the use case. Go has one tool, Rust has options, which means that it's more expressive language, which you would choose a thing depending on the use case, right? Rust cannot compile without C++. Wait, what? It can. There is a okay. I'm not sure how much it can. Rust crane lift. Is this backend ready yet? I think it's ready already, right? Try code lift backend for faster compile times. So crane lift is a compiler backend like LLVM, but is written in Rust. The Rust compiler uses LLVM as a backend by default, but you can use a different backend. You can use crane lift. There is also, I think there is also a project which compiles Rust for .NET by somebody somewhere. Rust uses the LLVM backend by default. The bad crane lift will never catch up with C++ for platform support and performance. Yes, but it will be enough for for 99.9% of use cases, I'm pretty sure. And then you have LLVM. I mean, you can rewrite LLVM in Rust, but that's just like no one is going to do that, right? Maybe at some point there is going to be another alternative. It's going to be written in Rust. Right now, LLVM is the most practical option because you don't want to restart that project from scratch. But before LLVM, there were other options. LLVM is also a relatively new thing, right? How could people work without LLVM before? Okay, test special for dev ninja says okay, but I didn't actually do anything there. What I need is I want to test equal. Let's see. So I want to have a source code which would be like hello world, right? And this should be equal to the string value, which is hello world. And retro, I'd ideally be able to use Rust on old platforms like the Amiga. Wasn't there like a project to run the, like LLVM is also limited. There is also the GNU compilers, right? Rust GNU backend. Rust GCC backend was officially accepted into the compiler. Doesn't mean that it works. Like, I personally don't care about this stuff, but I know that these things exist. Distribute GCC backend. Look at this over here. So there is an open issue, opened on April 5. Since there was something that merged. Vendor Rust C code gen GCC. There is a code gen backend based on GCC instead of LLVM now, which is merged into the Rust compiler. And it looks like soon it will also be like distributed with the Rust app, so you will be able to use it. There is also Rust code gen crane lift, so there is already 3 backends that work apparently, right? And yeah. How about we test that this value is equal to that assert equals value expected value. So this one is expected. But we need the equality check then for values, right? We need the equality check for values. I cannot just derive it here though. That would be not correct. Impl std impl partial ec for value. Impl ec for value. Boolean a, boolean b, a is b, a, b, A, B, A, B, A, B, A, B. Discriminant is equal to the discriminant. That's not correct. Also for AI, there is a revival of the cell idea. A few of the dedicated AI accelerators work primarily to the old cell processor. Against this a place I'd like to see Rust. I have no idea what's this cell processor. We have two native functions, and I would say that a arc pointer equality for a impl and b and at the same time a type is equal to the b type. If we have bindings, then we use the pointer equality for a and b. It was specifically the experience of using cell that made me think language like Rust was needed. The processor used small memories connected by DMA transfer, so the cores were more streamlined. Some AI chips are like this. 1,000+ cores with 64 to 56K each. And they're a nightmare to program with conventional languages. When Zig backend for Rust. You can use Zig as a linker, I think, with Rust. That's not an issue. Right? Rust, use Zig as linker. There is cargo Zig build. Compile cargo projects with Zig as linker for easier cross-compiling. There's this thing. It's not really a backend though. For Zig to be a backend, you would need to transpile Rust into Zig. Self unit. Self unit. True. Self unit. Anything else? False. All right, let's work on these. Function types. Function types, I can just derive partial ec and ec. Type, I need to implement this manually again. The best way, in your opinion, would be something like Rust iterators, but they need to be able to emit accelerator kernels from lambdas, CSYCL. Rust's combination of low-level control and memory restriction is needed. Traditional C code bases were hard to port to cell because they were relied on accessing anything anywhere. PC languages, forget it, no chance. Cell died because it was too difficult to program, but the AI world has rediscovered the idea. All right, have no idea about those things. I guess over here also. A self that A is self inferred. Unwrap or else. I guess we match self inferred and other inferred. But it is okay A and B. Then we match this. If it's error variable, error A and error B, then A is equal to B. If it's okay and error or error and okay, and false. Rust is also difficult. Well, programming is difficult, I guess, in general. Mm, Root is going to be arc stuff, right? So we say arc pointer equality self root and other root. There we go. Is that it? Infer. Yeah, so and then over here we just say that if we have infer variable still, then it should be unreachable here. Okay. So this worked. This worked. I have a test. Okay. I have a test. Devnin is out for the for a meeting, but we have a test special for. So hello world evaluates to a hello world, right? Let's see. Let's try to test something else. Let's try test something like let int32 is native int32, and then we'd say 1 2 3 int32, right? Something like this should evaluate into value int32 1 2 3. It failed. It failed because we could not compile. Binding int32 is not a type. Okay. Yes, I understand why. It's because this needs to be a constant. So like, so here's the problem. Here's the problem. It's because of the comp time and how it works in kast here. So if I say let x be 1 2 3 and then say x, right? I don't need to know at compilation time of this stuff what is the value of x, right? Where if I want to this to be an int32 and then use this in place, like I can do this, right? But if I try to do this in place of a type, right? So you know 1 2 3 of type x, then this is not a type, right? This is a binding x, which is not known yet at compile time, basically, is what this means, right? Because when I do the type ascription, then this thing should be known at compile time. For that, we had a const instead, which makes this variable available at compile time. But we don't have a const let yet, so let's do that. Let's have a const let. It's very similar. Compiler. It's very similar to a let. Let's do this. Macro const let. So we have the pattern and we have a value, right? std syntax. Let's see again. Const let. We just say const pattern is value, right? So instead of compiling this to an expression, the const let is actually just going to be compiled into an expression of a constant where value is a unit, because like it literally does nothing, absolutely nothing, you know. But instead we are going to evaluate both the value and the pattern and do all of this at compile time, right? Right, so actually what I'm going to do is we are going to... We're just going to call into the normal let. Using the same values, same span, right? This is going to result into the let expression, right? That is compiled. Clone this, I guess. So this is a compiled expression. We are going to make sure that this is an expression. Beetlejuice 2 is out. Why no one told you? I remember watching the animated the cartoon about the Beetlejuice. I think I also saw the movies, but I don't remember anything about that. Expression E. So I'm not really excited because I have no idea. Like I don't remember much. Always called my programming language. Hello there. It's called kast. It is called kast. To unreachable. Otherwise. Okay, so I have the let expression. So the difference between the const expression and the let expression is that const is going to evaluate this at compile time and just have these things available to us immediately. So it's going to do self-evaluate, evaluate the let expression immediately. You know, we're going to evaluate this. And that's it. And this should be like nothing. Yeah. Okay, let's try. You're excited because it's Burton and he was good back in the day. Who's Burton? Like an actor? Alright, let's see. So we say something like const int32 is native int32, and then I should be able to use this in place of a type. No, could not finish parsing const this. Oh, hold on. Const int32 is equal. Like that. There you go. So now 1 to 3 is int32. So now, since this is all written on one line, it's compiling this all as a whole. So this means that since I'm doing the type ascription of this 1 to 3 to be int32, or the int32 should be available at comp time. So we must use a const here instead of a let. If it's a let, then it doesn't work. All right, nice. Okay, so that now the test should work too, right? Cargo test. It still doesn't work because it's not a type, because inside the test now I need to use not a let but a const. And then it should work. There you go. Some tests, const, let, stuff. Okay. Wait, what? File test simple is no longer available? What did I just do? Wait, what? Where's my tests? Wait, what? What did I do? What did I press? Did I, its status. It log. Did I just discard all my changes? On accident? Well, that's not nice. How did I do that? Did I press D or something? How did I discard everything? Git stash list or something. Git stash show. Oh, there you go. I stashed it. How did I stash it on accident? Git stash pop. What's the command to stash? It's just S? Okay, I guess I wrote the stash message instead of commit message. Some tests, and does that mean that I should have seen it in the message description of the stash? Don't splat. Good test. Okay, we could add more tests. We could try using the print and see that it's actually printing things. Okay. I think I don't want to like go into functions today, to be honest. But what else can I do that is not a function, a user-defined function? Let's look at these warnings that I have. You should consider adding a default here. Let's allow Flippy new without default. I don't like that. What about this? Ignoring strings. This is a to-do, that's why. So this is compiling a string. When I compile a string into a pattern. Yeah. This is a pattern. I will just have a to-do, sure. This is the same. Allow Clippy new without default. And same here. Okay, look at this. No warnings. Cargo Clippy. What did I just do? What did I just press? What did I just press? Where am I right now? I think the lazy git has crashed or something. Does it resonate? Go? Not sure what happened there. Commit. No more warnings. Burton. Team Burton? Made the Beetlejuice in 1988. Is it like from the same director? I don't know. I watched The Corpse Bride. I watched The Home for Peculiar Children, I guess. Planet of the Apes, the first one? I don't remember that. Probably watched. Charlie and Chocolate Factory. Yes. Watched that. Now Beetlejuice. And same actors. Was it the same actors in the new Sweeney Todd, the Demon Barber of Fleet Street, and this one? Because I didn't even watch this one. There's two movies like that. He likes to redo his old movies apparently, right? All right. What should I do next? Value. So far we have booleans, I mean, I have not been using a single boolean yet, but we do have this as a value. Integer, string, native functions, bindings, types. I mean, what I can do is I can make like I can make some things, you know. Um, like if I want to use the language as a calculator, that should not be very hard to do, right? I could just implement a couple of native functions for like the math operators for comparisons to get the bools, for example, to begin with, right? But the problem is that okay. I mean, we could like delete the old stuff. Here's our standard library that I'm not using yet from the old implementation. We had the addition, right? Add plus. No, I did not have a plus. I guess I never had it. Wait, but the Fibonacci, how did the Fibonacci work then? No, I definitely had this. Let's see, plus. This is just operator unary plus. Oh, it's because like, okay, I see. It's the lib plus. There you go. So the built-in, so the operator binary plus is a function that takes left-hand side integer, right-hand side integer, returns an integer, and this is a built-in function. Okay. Yeah, we can do that. But I need to make sure that I can. Okay, see, this is what I want to do, right? I need to be able to specify the types of the functions because right now I can just REPL. Wait, what? It's different. Cargo run. Just run REPL. Sure. Like if I say a native print, this function can only be a function from string into nothing, right? But but some functions. Oh wait, hold on. You know what's the important function? The dbg function, right? Do we have the dbg here? dbg over here. This is the built-in function dbg. There we go. So which is just taking anything and like types it into the thing. That's important thing for debugging. So native dbg is what I want. Right? Let's do that. Interpreter. So we have the print here, and we will have a dbg, which is also going to be a native function. Native function. The type. So the type is actually going to be optional because, or is it not optional? Like, okay, this is not like a concrete value. Is what I mean. Every invocation of the thing needs to give me a new value. So okay, so built-ins actually is a little different here. Let me comment this out for now. So built-ins is going to be not a hash map from string into a value. This should be a thing from type into a value, which is a box, then function type into value, right? I think that's what I want here. So for example, a boolean would is something that is a type, right? But like some things, they depend on the type, you know. Let's see. Let mod insert type is type. This would be map insert. Let's say name. A certain name and expected may dot same as type, and then we return the type, and then we do the box of, right? Consider giving closure. Yeah, expected is a type. This mesh types. Okay, so we are going to insert type. Boolean is a boolean. Insert type int32 is int32. Insert type string is type string. Insert type is type. Commander trashed in hello. That is an interesting stream, thank you. What kind of language is that? I'm trying to make a language that is going to be the one language to rule them all, you know? The perfect language is what it is. But yeah, for now, it can only do so much. I'm also right now doing a re-implementation of my previous implementation, which was written in OCaml. I'm rewriting it in Rust right now. But is it an interpreter or compiler, GC or no GC? Well, you see, the answer is yes, because it is both interpreted and compiled, which is similar to in some languages you call it comp time, where you can evaluate some code during compilation, right? But that just means that the compiler is the interpreter, you know? I also have a REPL, so I can use it directly as an interpreter, but during the interpreter we still are compiling the code before interpreting it. Technically, we're doing some like type inference in the Milner stuff, you know? Syntactically, it has an extensible syntax. It's an extensible language, which means that the syntax can look as whatever you want it to look. But if we look at what I have, like, so this is the standard syntax defined in the standard library, which can be used like this over here. So for example, if we like this is an alternative. I'm implementing a trait in Rust, right? Which is very similar. The for all keyword means that I'm calling these things templates, but yeah, we have like generic stuff. We have function function type is written like an arrow, for example, like this. There is some syntax that's taken from the functional programming languages, some from not functional. I guess the examples is something like not the standard library, but the examples is what's easier. Here's the Fibonacci example, which is easier to understand, I guess, right? So Fibonacci, this constructs a closure. This is syntax sense in JavaScript, I guess, right? For closures. If we have sum types, for example, where we can have options. We can have result types. Not sure if this is the good example though. Over here we have some mutability. Here's, oh, I guess guess a number is the best example, right? We have a game that allows you to guess a number. So it's picking a random integer from 1 to 10, and it says that a number has been picked. It says that you should guess it, takes your input, and then tries to parse it. If the parsed is equal to the picked, then we stop, and then otherwise we do this. And a lot of these things are library features, not built in, like the break keyword is not a thing that is built into the language. This is a library feature, same as some other things. Yeah, your idea for a language was also to make an extensible language. So you are also making a language. Did you start making a language, or do you only have an idea so far? You haven't started on it yet, as you need to learn way more. For example, go deeper into LLVM and not scratch the surface. Okay, I'm not going into LLVM yet. So I am starting with an interpreter. Compiler is going to be a library feature, basically, too. Or maybe like the first compiler is going to be built in, but I'm going to compile into JavaScript first, not into LLVM or other things. Once I go into native though, I will probably use not LLVM but crane lift, because I think it's easier to use. That's what I understand so far though, at least. That's an alternative. We can use it for JIT too inside the interpreter technically. So yeah. Maybe I can just use it in the interpreter at least to make the interpreter faster. Something. We'll see. All in C++ because Rust is too restrictive. But you would like to discuss your idea? Okay, do you have your idea written down or something? Rust is too restrictive. Well, C++ is too permissive, which is why I don't use C++. Because I don't want to have bugs. You see, I am not a very good programmer, so I want to rely on my programming language. So one of the core ideas of my programming language that I am making is also to make it as restrictive as possible, so that it's going to guard you against making mistakes, you know? So like we will have the algebraic effect system and stuff like that, if you know what it is. Yes, your idea was kind of opposite of that. So allow you to do anything. Do you want... Okay, why do you think it's the opposite is the best thing? Do you like having types in your language? Do you think that having type ascriptions is good? Or do you think a dynamically typed programming language is better? Because having types is a restriction, right? In dynamically typed language, you can do anything. In your language, I mean, in general, what do you think is better? I mean, or I guess what is your language? But since you are saying LLVM, I would assume you want to compile it to some like efficient stuff, which already requires a little bit of types, I think. I mean, you can compile something completely dynamic to LLVM, to like native code, but I mean, what's the reason to do that? In general, you don't know what it means? What does a dynamically typed stuff means? Do I have Discord or something? Like you want to talk? Rust forces me to use indices instead of slices or references. Need to interact all the time since arena allocating mutable slice is impossible. Hold on. Rust arena. I know that Rust is like hard because like yeah, which is why I'm going to do it differently than in Rust. The borrow checker, but yeah. Don't you just do like have you tried the actual arena crates, like the Bumpaloo? Because bump allocator literally returns a mutable reference to the allocated object. Like, I mean, yes, you need a little bit of unsafe to make this library, but if you use a library which is already abstracted properly, then you can have the arena which is allocating a mutable slice. You can. Bumpalo. Allocate slice. Allocate slice, but yeah. So this is clone a slice into the allocator and return a mutable reference to there. Copy and like yeah, you need to like initialize it with the with some data. Is there an allocation without initialization, like an uninit stuff here? Not sure. Storing mutable slice in a struct is not possible without massive problems. Well, I don't know what you mean by that. You made your own arena that returns immutable refs slices with same lifetime. Storing mutable slice in a struct is not possible without massive problems. Well, I mean, when you have a mutable struct, then you have variance problems. Variance. Because it makes your struct invariant. If you are talking about this being a problem, but I mean, anyway, like if you're interested in how I want to implement this, it's the ghost cell idea, which would allow you to have like the reference, which is going to be shared between like things, but without the massive problems of mutable references. You're going to separate permissions from the data, and you're going to have two separate things. So like the pointer to the data can be shared easily, but in order to access the pointer, you need the permission object, which is going to be like separate from it. But yeah. Like, I understand what you mean, but like you don't really want to store mutable references. Like I mean, you can use ref cells if you want to share and mutate at the same time. Describing this stuff takes 5 minutes in voice and years in stupid Twitch chat. Why don't you just write about your language? Like, if you want to talk about other people with it, how about instead of you did, okay, so maybe you can link to this instead of trying to explain it in voice. You can link to the thing. And the description is kind of bad because you're bad at writing. But what would you talk about if we were in a voice call? Well, I guess in that case I could ask you some questions. And that will be easier. I don't know. C's do anything. Rust is restrictions and unsafe to turn them off. Who cares? Who cares about what? I think you'd have to be good at writing to design a language. And what I want, what do I want for the design of a perfect language? I don't know. You are a person that just joined the stream. You're going to join the Discord call and you're going to talk some trash in it. I'm scared. Your nickname literally contains trash. You scared? Yeah, I mean, have you talked to anyone else about your language before? What do you expect will happen? Yes. Although you could make a language for yourself without being good at written communication to others. But you would have to be good at writing to design a language. Quite a lot with your friend programmers. Nice. What do they think of your language? What is the inspiration for your language? I don't know. I don't feel like going into the Discord call. I'm sorry. Those who understands that it is interesting. How about you still link your written document? Like, since you said you have it, you say it's not very good, but maybe I can still understand it even although it's bad. Maybe you have some examples or something. One guy gave you a good article on parsers, but that one is really involved. Well, parsers means parsing syntax, which to me is like not the most important part about the language. To me, it's more about the semantics. But yeah, I mean, it's very hard for a language to get traction even if only 0.1% of programmers make their own language. That is still a lot. Yeah. I'm not trying to make a language that others will use, but I'm just having fun mostly. But I don't know, there is a very, very slight chance that I make something usable, I guess. I understand that. If you don't, because you're scared, I don't feel like showing you writing for the same reason I'm scared. People will mock it. Well, do you want to talk? Like, would I not mock it if I was talking to you, though, in a Discord? I can mock it while talking to you in a Discord, too. With LLVM backend, is much more viable today to have custom languages. Yeah, but I mean, I think that even if I end up with this this language ends up being like just interpreted language, I think it still can be useful, like you know, even if it is only going to be interpreted or only compiled to JavaScript, I could still use it for a lot of things. If you were talking, you wouldn't. You can, but that's not really a thing that happens. While Nerdstl will mock it instead without reading about it. I don't know. I'm okay. What do you guys think? Should we give this person should we allow this person to go into the Discord to talk anything on the stream? They have a language that they're making that they want to make, right? They didn't start making it yet, right? No. I did make my own as well, but I figured that IDE support was more important. Plus, I figured Should resist disappearing into my own intellectual cave. Yeah, I should resist that too. I agree. But I still want to do it. Language, like IDE support is important, yes, which is why I need to figure out how to do the LSP and shit. The earlier I do it, the better. Like I already have the auto completion, by the way. If you didn't know, I did this. Hold on, let me stash. It's stash. If I do this, just run REPL. Look at this. If I have let like hello is 1 and let like hi is 2, then I can like press tab and it will like autocomplete to the things that we have in scope right now. I have a small auto completion in my REPL right now. I could make something like that, expose it not only to the REPL but as a language server somehow. I need to figure out how language servers work. Easy to get going if you read the LSP spec. Yeah, Rust has LSP types and LSP server crates. Yeah, but like what I don't understand is that, I mean, I need to read the spec, I guess, but like I don't understand how it's how to make it work with like while we are in the middle of writing some code which is like right now cannot be compiled, right? So I need to do some partial compilation or something like that, right? Something like I need to partially parse the syntax and everything. It predates Zig and more like C++ like RAI and Rust style ADT. Here's the disk razors. Would you explain Rust Analyzer, my matclad on YouTube? Alright. I will try to remember that. Although I prefer reading articles instead of watching YouTube. So you made your own language in C++. There's a test hack. Made in Rust. LLVM language experiment. Language. A subset of C++ plus more. Resyntaxed like Rust, implemented in C++. Currently supports more C operations, functions, structs, if else. Everything is an expression. Rust like enum match, tagged unions, pattern matching, C for loops plus break else expressions, RAI destructors, function overloading plus UFCS, limited operator overloading. No conversions yet. What do you mean by conversions? Forward plus reverse type inference within function. So you're saying forward plus reverse, which means that it's not a Hindley-Milner. It's some sort of a forward and reverse. When I started Kast, I also had like some sort of forward plus reverse stuff, I guess, that I would call, which was like working a little bit for simple cases, I guess. Forward between functions by ad hoc template sugar. Stack-based closures. Templated functions and structs, new delete, and an ordered or named struct. Yield initializer. Limited C++ style internal vtables and single inheritance. Emit LLVM source code compiled by clang, links with C++ ecosystem. Nice. Maybe want a REPL. Wait, isn't it a compiled language? Goals in detail, a huge to-do list. Also, your stuff was in C++ also just because you know it better than Rust. Yeah, that's fine. Also talks about broken syntax trees. It was compiled, but my dream language would have an interpreted subset. Well, I'm starting with an interpreter. with instead of starting with a compiler. Compiler is like going to be later, like I said. So I'm starting with a REPL, as you can see. Right? I mean, you have seen this before. Probably, right? We have the older camel version where I could do something like this. I could do let please infer b underscore, where please infer is like the not inferred variable yet. And then if I try to use this in some places, you know, like hello is of type please infer. So since I'm using this as a type ascription for the hello, we know that hello is a string. We will after that know that please infer is a string now. So like we have that and other things. I don't know. I think this is kind of cool. When I'm starting with a formatter, it's because I'm not writing much code yet, right? In my language, I need some basic functionality before I start writing some code. But I guess in the old version, like we had a bunch of these examples, right? If I could have a formatter for all these examples, yeah. I mean, it makes, yeah. I'm just I need to like think how the formatter should work. Should the formatter also be a library? Because like we have custom syntax, right? So how do I format a custom syntax? It means that for when I'm defining a custom syntax, I need to define the formatting rules for it or something, right? Your goal was to be able to transpile to C++ and to this and transpile back for interoperability, but as a student could overloaded C++, you could call overloaded C++ functions as FFI. Formatting gets annoying when you consider comments. Yeah, I need to like have comments attached to the AST, I think. Right now I'm literally skipping them. So every comment should be attached to something somehow. Yeah, what I call AST should actually be should probably be like the CST instead, right? So that we can have some comments inside, right? AST. Here's my AST. My AST is pretty simple. Like I just need to store somewhere inside here the comments, you know? Somehow, I don't know. Like there's different kinds of comments, right? There is a documentation comment and then there's like a normal comment. But can we like still treat normal comments as documentation comments, but just like not use them? So we would always attach it to some node in the AST, right? All right, Matt Clad YouTube. I read a bunch of his articles, right? The watermelon operator was the recent one. Did you read this? STD doesn't have to abstract operating system I/O. Zig differ patterns. I mean, I just read a couple of these, I guess. Primitive recursive functions? Links. There's no link to his YouTube channel about. I guess I can find it on the YouTube. It's called Explaining Rust Analyzer. All right, I'll look at that at some point. I will probably need to do it soon. Not going to do it on stream. What song do I keep singing so often? I don't know. Probably the Game of Thrones one is the one that I'm using the most. Are the tests coming along? We have tests. Look at this. I'm asserting that hello world is a hello world, and I'm asserting that that 123 of int is 123 int. You know, I have some tests special, and then I was doing something. No, I'm doing nothing. Wait, hold on. I was doing something. I need to pop my stash. What was I doing? Oh yeah. Hold on. I was distracted. Hold on. They have achieved a lot. That's not a kappa. That's an actual thing. You know, we did achieve quite some things today. You managed to have syntax highlighting based on CST and formatting, but not running the full compiler to get errors. It's hard. Okay. Commander trashed in. Good luck to you too. And your language. I have syntax highlighting too in my shell based on the but it's not based on CST, it's based on the Lexer right now. I'm just like coloring based on the type of a token. Right now. So I don't really like see if something is a keyword or not. Yeah. That would require the syntax tree. Talking about language server. Yeah. Yeah. Like, I'm just wondering, like, your language was not extensible probably, right? So like, I'm wondering how can I make my stuff work with dynamic syntax too? Like the parser, which parses like with some nodes missing, right? That's what we need. Or does it start with some syntax that is correctly parsed and then it's like trying to mutate it? Go from there, like while you are changing the code, it remembers the last correct version? Probably not. I don't know. Rust should add methods is to to convert option result and result option. I was literally writing this today. Transpose. Yeah. It is in the std. Another useful one that maybe you wanted and you never knew exists is that you can collect into a result of a vec. Did you know that? Result. If you look at the result, then this thing implements a from iterator, right? So if you have a collection and you have an iterator which can where the item is a result, you know, you want to stop on the first error basically. So you can have an iterator and collect into a result of a vec, and this stuff. Like, this is not very easy to find, I guess. It was basically a 4M. Yeah, for those people who know what 4M is. I think that hopefully, like, with the effect system, it all should be like a lot more straightforward and easy to understand, like we would not even need to have this. Like we don't need this, because instead of like having results as a return type is like cool and everything, but I think checked exceptions is going to be better, to be honest. Like how Zig works, right? That's how it works in Zig. You don't write okay return value all the time. The problem with function programming is that it's hard to remember all these functions. You better trust us, Leap can do more than most people know. How is that a functional programming program? Um, well, it's I think it's the problem with monads, Nerdsel. Like the reason you have this is because you treat is because you have the result type, which is like, and you need to do like these monads, and with effects it's just easier. Function programming and safety in Rust means you need to do more library functions to do basic things. This thing is a specific version of the 4M because we don't have HKT. I mean, split edge mode, for example, doesn't need to exist in unsafe C. Yes. Yeah. Is there any ideas of how would you make this better while still having safety? You don't do this low level stuff? Well, I mean, it's not really low level. You want to like mutate things. You want to like, it's not low level stuff. Yeah. If you want to change two items of an array in Rust, you must find a special function to do that. Well, it's not if you want to change two items of an array, if you want to hold the references to the both items at the same time, right? Yeah. Like, could you do something like that in Idris? Like, if you have two indices, like, you need to first prove that the indices are different, and then you would be able to, like, borrow mutably multiple times into different indices. If you can, at compile time, guarantee, or, like, even, like, by writing an assert, it would, like, make your indices go into the type state that know that they are, like, different something, somehow. Like, do they have in Idris mutation? Do they have mutation? Does Idris have value types? It's mutate. Or do they not have mutation? like something like ST monad maybe from Haskell. How do you do this in the Haskell ST monad? I mean, like Haskell ST array, data array ST, right? So you immutable boxed non-strict arrays in the ST monad. So like, do you also have like the split at mut here if you want to mutate two different things? A safe way to create and work with unboxed mutable array. There's a bunch of instances. Instances of the M array. Class of mutable array types. An array type has the form this. Like there's unsafe read and unsafe write, but you want it to be safe, right? Read array. M array AE. I think like this is the same as in Rust, right? I think like they have the modify at index. Is index like a single index? I feel like in Rust, what would be easier is there's get multiple, right? Which is probably nightly right now. No. Slice. Get many. Get many. Yeah, this is in nightly. This is what you want, I guess. If you want to mutate two things, you want to wait until this thing. Like, this is going to solve a bunch of a bunch of use cases, right? You just get many, like, and two indices, 1 and 2, and you get the two mutable references as a result. I don't think you can make indexed things safe in any safe language. Yeah, but like even for this, you still like this is going to check. It returns an error if any index is out of bounds or the same index was passed more than once. You need to check that the same index is not passed more than once. How is this check even done? Let's take a look at the source. Doing the check every time is all, yeah, like you need to like there should be like a new type over the indices which like already guarantees, like you know how non-zero guarantees that your like integer is non-zero types. Similar to that, there should be like disjoint indices type so that you do the check only once or something like this maybe. Or not disjoint, but like somehow figure it out. I don't know. Get many moot. Your view is there is diminishing returns on micro safety or trust and C++ do is okay. I mean, yeah, but if you make this I think there could be something like if you see in the code, if you see in the code function foo, like if you say if a is not equal to b, then inside this if, like you know that a is not equal to b basically, right? So you would be able to like use them. So like whenever you do an something, I'm trying to like think if I can use my context system somehow. So like inside this if we would have a context that knows about the fact that they are different, these things here. And then I would be able to just index some array at A and array at B and hold these mutable references at the same time. Rust isn't truly safe, it more that it segregates unsafety. Safely unsafe. outside of the mesh library, you use the mesh iterators, and inside those are implemented is unsafe. I mean, yeah. I mean, it still is like even if it like unsafe is about like not having undefined behavior, but even if in a managed language, like in C sharp, if you could do the same things, like, you know, like you just don't get undefined behavior. You have different bugs instead, like null pointer or some other things. Even though it's going to be safe, like similarly to using indices, right? Instead of references. It makes it easier to use an index to access an element which is no longer in the array or something, right? I want those checks anyway, regardless of on whether it's safe or unsafe. I'm being distracted again. Let's see. So I wanted to have a function in print. This is going to be a native function. We do box new. Not expected. Type. We return this value. And let type be that. Arguments to this is incorrect. No two closures, even if identical, have the same type. Yes, because we need to specify this type here. Map from stir into boxed in fn type into value, like that, right? Value type. Yeah, there we go. Cannot move out. Yeah, I need to clone it every time. Nice. So now we have this expected dot make same type function type, like this. Should this return an error potentially? So should this potentially fail? Let's call this a built-in type built-in. That there's going to be a result. So this is a built-in. Okay. And this over here also can fail potentially. All right. Make same function. The fact that I need to box, that is a little bit annoying here in Rust, but it's okay. Okay. So now I know that the built-in is is not just a value, it's a function. So in order to get a value, I need to get a value using the type that I expect. So during we have the type inference data, so I know what is the type that I expect this built-in to be. So instead of saying that data type is the same as this type of a value, instead of doing this, we say that built-in, I'm going to call this function using the data type, because that's the type that I expect to have, and that is the value that I want to have, and that's it, right? To do mutate. There you go. Usage of arc that is not send and sync. Usage of an arc that is not send and sync. It's because I want the built-in, since this is a dynamic function type, I want this to be send and sync, I guess, since I'm storing everything inside an arc. Whatever. Native print. Okay. So now, I guess before this change, if I say that this is an int, this would fail, right? This would not fail because before I wasn't really type checking, I guess. Now I am. So we expected an int 32, but we got a function from string into nothing. Okay. Good. And now all of this was done because I wanted to have the dbg function. So dbg function would be expected type okay, value native function something like that. Okay, we have a native function where name is dbg type, the type of the function. The type of the function is it takes whatever and returns nothing, basically, right? So we say expected. I guess we do this. So here's the type of our function. The argument is whatever, which means that it's going to be inferred. Inference variable new. And then we say that expected make same as type function. Right? We have a native function of this type now. Now we know what is the type that we expect. And this is going to be inferred, and then in the implementation, we will get this function type. And we will have the value, which is any value. Well, I mean, technically, we don't really care about the function type that is going to be inferred, because all I want is to debug the value, right? So we will just print to the command line the value. And since this is dbg, we want value : type, right? Value : type. Arcmutex, let's go. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm considering using like the immutable data structures instead, but we'll see. Safe programming, guys. Yeah, it's a little annoying. I agree, but like, I'd rather this. The other alternative is using the immutable data structures that I can consider. There is crates for that in Rust. The IM crate, I think. IM. No, not image. I am. Right? Immutable data structures for us. Like I can do this, so instead of like mutating, actually construct like a new thing, Would be good. You have immutable syntax tree plus AST plus high-level intermittent representation, all backed by arenas. Yeah, or I could use an arena. But like, I want some things to be mutable still. But when you type check, you need to mutate some state. Yeah, exactly. So like, so that's what it is, right? The here's the inference, right? So the inference variable is literally an arc mutex to the variable state. Yeah. And you are forced to store ID. Yeah, or like this could be an ID instead, and we would mutate it somewhere somewhere in other place. Yeah, so it's either an arc mutex or an ID. Yeah, or an RC cell if you don't care about multi-threading. And you have this weird ID shit for no reason. Well, I mean, it's not no reason. I still think that it's better than like guessing whether something can or cannot mutate when you're writing like C. Everything can mutate behind. I think for a compiler, immutability makes a lot of sense. Like you would be able to go back to the previous like safe state basically easily, right? I'm not sure if it's like needed to like revert back basically, but maybe. Which is worse? Ref cell is worse than ID. It depends if you can like encapsulate it normally so that you don't see the ref cell from outside. Like when I'm working with my inference variables, I'm not really like working with arc mutexes. Arc mutex only like is used inside this small file, right? It's kind of similar to unsafe, I guess. I want it to be constrained. I don't want to expose it in the API. The fact that I'm using arcs mutexes. You didn't even see that it was arc mutex. He was joking. Okay, anyway, we print value is type, right? So we return okay. The value unit, right? Type does not live long enough. Yes, because let's see. We have the function type. Type is function type argument, right? Like we can like assert here that value assert the equality of value type, that it's equal to the actual type that we figured out. Yeah, let's do that. Consider cloning the value if the performance cost is acceptable. Yes, I will clone it here. Okay, let's see if I can do the DBG now. DBG is basically a thing for debugging since I'm in the REPL. So if I do something like DBG native 123, right? This will say that DBG is not found. Oh, because DBG should be native, right? We should instead do let DBG is native DBG first. And we say that DBG is a function which is not inferred into nothing, right? There you go. So if I try to use DBG hello, right, this will print out the hello. Since I called this function with this string, and now if I see what a DBG is, now this has been inferred to be a string. So since this is a polymorphic function, this is going to be like a template instead, right? But we're not there yet. But yeah. Okay, so and we can do this with everything. So we do, I guess we can like construct a new native DBG function every time, so we can use it with everything. If I do this, this would be that. If I do 1, 2, 3, then number literal type could not be inferred, so I need to say that 1, 2, 3 is an int 32, right? And then yeah, so I can like debug anything that I want. All right. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. DBG. Yeah, so in order to have like proper DBG, it needs to be a template, which requires us to implement functions. I'm trying to like delay implementing functions. I might like delay it to the next stream. Functions are weird, especially like because we want to have mutual recursion. So the function compilation needs to be lazy or something. The way it worked in OCaml, I only compiled my functions when I when I tried to call a function, basically this is when a function would be ensured to be compiled. But I want to have a proper lazy compilation, since I'm rewriting this anyway, you know. I know that I can do it the way I was doing it before. But yeah, the problem is that I need to be able to refer to symbols that are not yet defined in order to have mutually recursive stuff. You can start generics, but scared to fuck the entire compiler. Codebase is too bad to start new features. So the way it works in my language, let's run the old OCaml version again. The way it works in my language, I have functions, right? So function f is I don't know, let's say x into standard print x, right? This means that the function f is a function from string into void. So it has been inferred because standard print is a function from string into void. This is just literally the same as the print. The difference between a function and a template is very like a function and a template in my language is basically the same thing. You can say that let f is for all x. For all x. What if I remember the syntax? Hold on. I mean, it is somewhere in the std syntax here, right? For all. Okay. Yeah, there you go. We need a curly bracket for all x. Std print x. Right. So f is now a template. So in order to call this, we just, if you call a normal function by giving it an argument, you call the template by just a different syntax, right? So that would be like technically there is not much difference. The only difference is that this is basically doing the printing at compile time, and this one is doing printing at runtime. That's the only difference. Since I'm inside the interpreter, I can do it whenever I want. So yeah, template is just a function that evaluates at compile time, and also it's subject to inference. So whenever I have something that is generic, right? For example, dbg, or I guess std dbg, right? The one that I'm implementing right now is just a template let me show. Yes, it's pretty simple. Kast. I mean, I have it in the std because I did not delete it yet, right? Const dbg, like over here, right? This is what the dbg is. So this is a generic thing, which is if we know the type, then it is the built-in function dbg, right? Of this type specifically. So the only what do I want to say? Like if I have std dbg with with an int, for example, right? Then this would be a concrete function of int into void, because it's similar to comp time in Zig, right? Where if you want to have something generic, you just call a function at compile time, which generates this generic thing, you know? So the only difference between us and Zig is that if I try to call this dbg function immediately with something, is that these arguments are going to be inferred. That's like the only difference. But we can do it like explicitly. dbg int 32, and we do this, right? So that's the only like special thing about the templates generics, is that if I skip the arguments, then they are going to be inferred. And for the normal functions, you need to explicitly pass the arguments. For the generics, they can be passed implicitly, and then they are going to be inferred. That's the only difference. And then also, like, they are, I guess, I never implemented this, but they are supposed to like be lazy, and whenever you call the template with the same arguments, it's supposed to like evaluate to the same thing, right? So yeah, you're supposed to like instantiate the template for the same arguments only once, but I never did that. That would be the other difference. But other than that, they are literally just functions that can output. In case of a generic function, it is a function that generates a function. In case of a generic type, it's a function that returns a type. Or it could be a higher level, a higher kinded generics, I guess, where it would like produce a generic, or yeah, and like as an argument, like I'm specifying this is a type, right? But we can have const generics by saying that the generic argument does not need to be a type. It can be something of a concrete type, right? Like an int, for example, or it can be another generic and everything. But yeah, if any of that made any sense to anyone, that would be nice. It means that I'm not crazy. What do you think about delayed inference like Rust does? I'm doing literally the same. Wait, what do you mean by delayed? It's forcing full generic types to be known. Is forcing full generic types to be known okay? I mean, this is called last will infer later. I mean, it's not later, it's inferred based on the usage. Didn't you link your language and you said that you have like a reverse inference? Yeah, that is just inference. We have the Hindley-Milner stuff. It's going to... Oh, you didn't link it? Did I look at somebody else's language? Then, yeah, it was Davers's language. But yeah, I have literally the same inference as in Rust. And if something is not inferred, then it is like it can be inferred later. I literally showed this example, no? Like over here. Like because I have like the comp time and everything, the not inferred things are also the not inferred things, which is an underscore. Like you know, if you use a turbofish, a vec, colon, less than, underscore, more than. So it's going to be like the same as not having this. Please infer, like I have these as first class citizens, so that not inferred value can exist in the interpreter. And then when I use it for something, right, then it will be like actually inferred, and I will like be able to query it later. Like if I print, or if I say something like I don't know. I mean, there's a bunch of things. Do you have a plus? Let's see. Please infer plus plus 1 2 3, because I think I have plus as something. No, I cannot infer a constant from a plus though. Hold on. Yeah, I mean, only if I use a type description somewhere, I guess, or it can be inferred from something. Like if I do std_print hello, and this is the of type please infer, right? Then please infer. Now is inferred to be void, because that's what the print function returns. Is that kast REPL? Yeah. In Zig, you pass types to the comp time array list to create it? Yeah. So in Zig, though, they cannot be... Like, in Zig, you need to know the type in front, which I find very annoying. So, yeah. Zig. So they call it type functions, I guess. Function parameter type inference. Function parameters can be declared with any type. In this case, the parameter list will be inferred when the function is called. Yeah. I mean, you have this, but it's not really like... You know, but if you want to have like a generic... What is an example of the generic? Generic data structures, right? So there you go. This is it. You just have a function list, right? Which takes a type which must be known at compile time. So you need to say a list of integers. You will, in order to have a list of integers, you would need to call this function with integer, right? Any type seems bad. Any type, like, it feels weird to me. Yeah. Any type is more like, I don't know. It's like combining generics with, like, because it makes the function generic without making it explicitly generic, which is a little weird to me. But yeah, this is how you make a list, right? You just call a function which returns a type. So and this is the same how it works in kast. It's just like I make them specifically templates, these functions, so that if I omit these arguments, then they will be inferred basically automatically. And in Zig, there is no way to infer this argument to this function. They need you need to tell it what the list type is. Yeah, this is the old REPL, old OCaml version, which was more feature rich than what we have right now. Like all of these examples from before, the mutation and recursive closures, all of this was working before. Yes, a number game. We had generators with the yield syntax, and then we could like convert the generator into a value, which I also want to like change how this looks. Yeah, to do type should be inferred something something. Like this all worked before. Had exceptions. Checked exceptions. I never had the checking of the context though, so like technically I could have unhandled exceptions. That was never finished. 0. Drawing map. Generator map. Yeah, I don't remember much what I did with the examples. We even started with the monads. I think this one never worked because I tried starting this a little bit too early. I think even the functor was not possible. I wonder if we could do a monad in the latest version of the OCaml kast. Maybe. Successfully implemented. Try from your AST to your AST for monkey lang. Nice. Do you like it? Really easy to work with. Nice. Nice. I'm wondering if if we look hard enough, if we are going to like there's no way like I'm the only person who did that, right? There should be other things that let you do the same thing. I'm just not really looking much into what other people are doing. I think I'm thinking of finishing for today. Progress has been made. Next time I will implement functions, I guess. Feel like that Manhair library might do something similar. Could be wrong though for a camel. I don't know. There is a bunch of like libraries for Rust too, right? The parser generators. Rust parser generators. Best option for Rust parser and Lexer generators. Yeah. There is reasons. Which parsing approach? We all know that parsing is an important part. Let's start with the basic. A grammar. Is this? Or a recursive descent? Okay, hold on. Let's see, what are the approaches that they talk about? Statically unambiguous parsing, LL parsing, no idea what that is. Although less common that is in the past, LL parsing using other line systems such as Java CC. There's LL and LR. Left, right. What else? Performance. Error recovery, other parsing aesthetics, summary. Why is there like no pret parser here? Where is the pret parsing? Pret. There is no such thing in this blog. Alright. Not enough options listed. Best option is to write it instead of being library user. You saw TJ using Menher and he was writing a different notation to generate the parser. I know that parsing libraries are in plenty, but not this approach. Yeah, I mean, I have seen a lot with like the BNF notation, right? If you have the BNF stuff, right? Where like you define your syntax like this, right? But this is not how we define it. Is the problem, right? Because this is hard. I feel like this is much harder to work with than the priority stuff that we have. But we'll see. Maybe there is like something that I don't support and I will want to support, and it will be like harder to do with my approach. But for now, it has been working very nice. Tree sitter. I think like I looked a little bit at the tree sitter. Tree, not trees, tree sitter, and like what they can do, right? There is something creating parsers, right? So what you can do, like, can we like, can I convert my syntax definitions into something that tree sitter can take? Because we don't really have like syntax sequences, or I guess we do have, like, because the rule can be like matching a single token, for example, right? Alternatives. But instead of alternatives, like what we have is everything is an expression, so it's just calling into itself recursively. But we also have priorities. Do we have priorities? Precedence number rule. This function marks the given rule with a numerical precedence, which will be used to resolve LR conflicts. So it's like the LR parser that I need to, I don't know. Is LR parser the pret parser? No idea. Canonical LR parser. Yeah, this is a big article. Is a bottom-up parser that analyzes deterministic context-free languages in linear time. I mean, that's what we do, kind of. So maybe we're doing the same. There is operator precedence parser. So like, is operator precedence is different? The above properties of L, R, and K are actually shared by all the shift reduce parsers, including precedence parser. By convention, the LR name stands for the form of parsing invented by Knuth and excludes the earlier, less powerful precedence methods. So operator precedence is the earlier one. So LR is the better one. So which one is the pret parser? Is pret parser the operator precedence parser? So which one do I have? Left to right, rustmost derivation in reverse. I mean, maybe that's what I'm doing. To avoid backtracing or guessing, the LR parser is allowed to peek ahead at K look ahead input symbols. I mean, I am only look aheading the one symbol actually, and I'm not doing backtracking. Typically K is 1 and is not mentioned. Okay. The name LR is often preceded by other things. Does Rust parser actually use the syntax definition they provide in their reference manual, or is it a notation just for the end users? I think they actually use it. I don't know. I didn't look. LR parsers are deterministic. They produce a single correct parse without guesswork or backtracking in linear time. This is ideal for computer languages, but LR parsers are not suited for human languages. We need more flexible but relatively slower methods. Scan then parse the input text in one forward pass over the text. The parser builds up the parse tree incrementally, bottom up. What do you mean bottom up? Though. What do you mean bottom up? Am I doing it bottom up or am I doing it top down? I'm not even sure. Like, I'm doing it like kind of like at the same time. Bottom up and top down at the same time. No? Like sometimes I recurse to like try to read some inner node. And sometimes I read like the small thing and then like try to like combine it into the other one. Am I just making it for fun or is it a serious thing? The language? I'm mostly for fun, but it might become a serious thing because I seriously think that I am onto something. You know, we had a lot of things working. I could just implement a bunch of built-ins in the old camel version and start using it. Like, I mean, there's a lot of work to make it like fast, and have the ability to like access the have the native compilation and shit. But I could start using it as an interpreter, as an interpreted language, and like I don't know. So it's going to be kind of real in the same sense as like I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't say Python is, but like because like we don't have the same like we would need also to have a bunch of libraries, right, for it to be real. But yeah, there are some like unresolved questions that I have like only like thought about a little bit, like the ownership semantics. How is that going to be different from Rust? I have only like shown that I'm going to base it on the ghost cell. Did anyone look at what the ghost cell is? Is anyone in chat knows what the ghost cell is? Anyone using this in Rust? It's a novel, safe, and zero-cost borrow checking paradigm. But this is implemented as library, so I think it's not as nice to use in Rust directly. And if I make like a language around this thing, then it can be like easy to use compared to Rust. Like a lot of the things are just going to compile, which Rust cannot compile. Like let's say this mutability example here, right? I have a mutable variable hello, mutable variable x, which is equal to the hello, and we have a closure which like captures this x, right, in order to print it. So over here, since I'm going to call it This means that the function holds a reference to this x, and at the same time as the function still holds the reference, in order to call it later, I want to mutate it at the same time. This is supposed to compile, but it cannot compile in Rust, because the closure would hold the reference to the variable, so you should not be able to mutate it at the same time. I mean, the idea is relatively simple, right? You just split permissions from the data. So you capture the pointer to the data, but in order to access the pointer, in order to access the data behind the pointer, you need to have the access object, and that is going to be passed as an implicit argument to this function, which is going to only exist at compile time, basically, in the form of the context, through the context system that we have in the language. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like no one understands this in chat, right? So we'll get there when I get to try and implement this, I guess. But I guess for now, for today, this is going to be it. Next time, implement the functions, like I said, and let's go somewhere. Anyone else making a language? No. Control F doesn't say that anyone is doing that. Let's raid DM Malroy. He's working with effect TS. I'm not sure if I'm going to be watching closely, but I'm interested in how this works, actually. The TypeScript effect library. I like the effects. Dev Ninja. I mean, this is some Docker files. Anyway, guys, next time. Bye.